How do I do this on my phone? Oh my goodness. I'm trying to get the chat on my phone, I don't know how to do it. Okay. I don't think I can. At least I don't know how. Thought I did. Oh. Did I mute it? I guess I just turned this off. Alright, turn off sound, and then... Oh my goodness. Oh god. Thank you. There was a way to change this. Settings. Source chat only. Play. Alright. So now I should be able to see the chat if anyone says anything. So go to music. New version. Alright, well, I'll take a look at it. It's unsafe. At least the music's good. Show and folder. Alright. Cut. And navigate, maybe. Content, maps. How do I change the name, dang it? Oh my goodness. I don't know what just happened. It was annoying. Alright, is this still the same one? Yes, this is still the same one. That means it didn't load. Alright, you know, I can do that again. Maybe. There's so much stuff here, it's annoying. Show and folder. Oh, it's still there. Do all this navigating again. That 3. is worked on. How did this happen? 32. It seems like these... this I'll take care of. Actually, I'll just like rebuild all of this. Get rid of all this. There you go, and it looks bad, but don't worry. And then these. How did this happen? Again, I'm gonna just rebuild this. Because, in my opinion, it's really easier, like I said, to build it from scratch versus trying to... Huh, made that a little bigger, it looks like. Here's the thing about this, people, even like people that aren't professional speedrunners could jump around that. There's a few ways around that, obviously. Shape 05. Oh, it's right there. Oh goodness. What's up? You could do that, but I'd rather put it on the top so you can actually tell where it is. But you can't see that. I mean, I don't know why the PTI editor does it like that, but it's really annoying. Everything looking good. Nothing unusual. Nothing strange. Why do I always miss that one? Alright, so... this doesn't look very good. It just doesn't. Alright, eyes off. Let's do these. What is this? Oh, it just got moved over. That into place then. Make it bigger. There you go. Back into place. And this is going to be different. Where did it go? No, that's not it. This is it. No, that's a flat one. There you go. That thing doesn't have its frame. What happened here? Why? How far back did that go? Wait a minute, I must move. Put the Fizzler floating in the air. You could put it floating, but it looks bad. Oh, that's why it's on solids. It's lined up well. Alright. It is not 64. I'm gonna make sure the edge of these things are 64 units. So here's a 64 unit grid. Essentially that's it. So if you're on 16 unit grid, then it's 4 of the squares. And then it's properly stretched. Centers, you do fit. Actually, you kind of do fit on all of them. Oops. If they're the right texture, then it should align right. Can't really see it very well. The heck? I guess it's just how the texture is. Wow. Underground. So yeah, this texture shouldn't really be used in this map. Where's that one I was using? Remember, you want it to be fairly consistent. What is this? That doesn't need a unit. That's probably why that is there, though. I'm not sure. I like to try to eliminate all the brushes that I can. Fit stuff together. If at all possible. Now this is fairly good. I mean, that's about all one can ask for in this area. Whoops. Make this 16 units because I like having 16 units. This one isn't. Be sure to save it. Alright, now continuing. Get rid of these blocks. Don't need any of this. Even if you were leaving this glass here, you wouldn't need it. So the exit's supposed to be right there. Go. I've got an exit hole. Now I'll add my door prefab. Push your texture locks on. Doesn't get screwed up. The other way. There you go. There's your door. Just that easy. That's how prefabs are so helpful. Not only that, but now with it a prefab, I can edit it however I want. Everything's still offset a little. Like where though? I mean, I put a door right there. I mean, it hasn't caught up, I know that, but... Let's do this. Alcove. We already heard this song. Is it playing again? Where's that song? Kinda wish this came up in a random order. So when you say move the button to the alcove, do you mean like over here or over here? Over here wouldn't be good because then it blocks it. Alright, I'm gonna put some placement helpers right here. Where is it? That is crooked. Oh my god! So that needs to be like right there? Yes. Ah, I hate it when that happens. Stop it, hammer! Actually, I'm just gonna leave these at thickness. Got a message on my phone. So this little, like, inset area. Could put it there, I guess. Only thing about that is that you need the laser to come... Oh. Actually, I kinda want that hidden. For a second. Whoops. Alright, I was looking for that texture. There. Definitely don't want in here to be no draw though, because if people see back there, and it's very possible that they will, then they're gonna get that weird no draw thing. Just get up there. Ah! Hide both of these so that I can get that thing aligned. That's good actually. Now back here can be no draw because there's like a panel here, but these can't because they'll be seen. Alright, I got a message, so I'm gonna check it. I don't know who that was actually. Whoops. I need this open. Hope no one sent anything in the last like second. If they did, I didn't get it. Someone just sent me a message. I'm just gonna have this thing open anyway. Just to be safe. I'm gonna use my phone for the main messaging. Is this actually still need open? Streaming. IMS. Alright, so that message, I got another one now. Whoops. Oh boy. Alright, so I guess he wants this stuff over here. Actually, could do something kind of interesting. Actually, I could do this one raise. That would be a little easier. Alright, so raise this up. Dang it! Get rid of these. I hate white lights. They just look atrocious. Alright, so now that's over here. And this needs to be raised up. And then very simple. Essentially, it's just making a tall pedestal for the button. Let's get war done. I like to type tools. For that last one. Yep. Make a little box. Alright, that's the right size. Alright, and now I was gonna do this, but I kinda hesitated. Actually, let's do this. Over here, over there. Just to make walking onto it a little easier. And then small tile texture. That on the sides. There you go. Now we've got like an elevated button. Ready to make this funk detail. Also need to change this a bit. Oh. And if that like didn't work for some reason, if it still hit the button, make sure this is off. Actually, now I need it on. The thing about having the laser here is that now people like have to walk through it. So maybe I'll put it a little higher. And like I said, people can jump right around this. So it's like hardly a threat. It's just the editor showing that it like has animations or something. I don't know, that's what this guy told me. Made sense. I'm like, okay. It's not saying it's not annoying, it definitely is, but you know. Bye. Delete, delete. The easiest way to get rid of those is just to click this cube until it like until it disappears. Because essentially each one of these instances is in the like space of this cube. So you just click the cube and delete until it's gone. You can just remake that glass if we need to. Oh, got one more. Two more. I'm pretty sure this isn't intended. I love the idea of maps that feel totally open, even though they completely aren't. Are you supposed to get anything on this? What's this for anyway? Cube dropper. Technically, this indicator toggle thing, essentially that is what makes the ant lines change color. And since you deleted the ant lines, and these two outputs are technically not needed. As well as this instance right here, which is the indicator toggle. So technically this is all you need, because you got rid of the... You got rid of the ant lines, so... You don't technically need it. What the heck? This is gonna drop onto the button. Yeah, I'm guessing that needs to be moved. Oh, it's in the corner. How are you supposed to get over to that? It's like a long way to go. Oh, wait, what? That's funny. I don't think I saw you hit this button in the video. See, what you would do... You could actually just do this. Just have it all the way over to the wall. But something cool you can do is make it like it's floating, but not really. So just move it over a bit. So that there's no way anyone can jump around. And then just like... like that. So it looks like it's still supported. Some weird alignments on this thing. Alright, this... You can see this little thing right here. That means the glass is too far through. That was another spot I saw that on too. It was one of these. Yeah, this one. It's too high up. You can see like a little red thing up here. So you need to pull that down so you can't see it. What's this? So there would have been this little floating cube up here. Oh, there's another one. Look at that. Alright, so this does not have any inputs. Alright, so start enabled. That's it. Alright. So let's just change this to... I think it's ENV laser. Nope, it is not. Portal laser? Yep, that's it. And then this you can set different presets. No placement helper. That makes sense. I'm gonna put my own placement helper. I'm gonna make it more powerful than it would. No, not really more powerful. It's not so much the power, just as the size. Right, this line. So that's a good looking laser emitter. It's not in the center. It looks weird when it's in the center. Right now the very simple placement helper. Very simple thing to place and to use. Just get it aligned and make it bigger. You want to make sure, like, this is kind of where the thing is, so this little corner. You have to want to make sure it's outside so that it's big enough. Essentially, just make it 96 radius. You don't need to use helper's angles because it's on this wall, and it will automatically orient itself. Although, if you wanted to put the portal upside down, you could actually use the helper's angles. Or like sideways, like I did in the map one time. Don't start disable, because that's stupid. Alright, so now the laser is not going into the panel. So let's make sure it does. Alright, there you go, now it's going in. I'm gonna do that same floating kind of thing. It's not actually floating. It just kind of gives it off the idea that it is. Actually, no, it's gonna be no draw. No, that doesn't need to be no draw. That needs to be seen. Actually, wait a minute. Never mind. Let's make this whole thing no draw. Shift click. Right, down to 4. Alright, made that. Now, nope. The reason I change is because they're aligned a little differently. So if I use this on over here, it would go like that. So you click this, because I already realigned that, and it keeps the same alignment. So it works a little better like that. So I'm not going to actually keep these permanently. Because you don't actually, if they don't receive inputs, you don't need to keep them at all. Nope, they don't. Alright, so let's change all of these. Oh god. Save it. Sometimes it screws up when you change what the entity it is. Off static. And then world model. To find this one, you can type Fizz. F-I-Z-Z. And props Fizzler, even though it's not really a Fizzler. Well, I don't know. I guess it could be. So you've got clean, you have a dirty one, and then you've got lasers. You can set them all here under skins. And that's pretty much it. If it has an animation, you need to use a dynamic, Fizzler _ dynamic. And if it doesn't, just use normal Fizzler. Zero. Make sure they're all upright. Let's rotate these around. Now, normally I would not recommend doing it like this. I'm only doing this to get it lined up. Basically. Like, in the most basic sense. Right, now, what you can do, you can use solids, which will essentially break up every single thing that it is, and then just move it over until it's the size you want. And then back to groups, and it's been resized. And it's completely painless. make sure these are fit. Just to be safe. Doesn't hurt. You don't want it to be slightly misaligned and it look awful. These I'm still gonna resize. This also has some issues. But I'll fix that, don't worry. Alright, so just like we did in the other one, make it a func detail so that it doesn't cut viz leaves. Not only that, but that groups all of the items together. Turn on texture lock real fast. Hold shift, drag, drop it, and it copies it. Click, spin. Here you go, it's copied over here. Exactly like it is over there. And that took like no time whatsoever. Turn off texture lock so that it doesn't screw us over. Objects. No. Objects is the same thing as groups most of the time. Like this, since I had all these objects selected when I turned it into a func detail, all 4 of these brushes count as one object. That's why it's selecting them all. If I did solids, then it's only selecting singles. Just like these. Technically, this is one object, even though it's 2 brushes. And then groups, if you like select these things and then click this button to group it, it's a group. You select it all at once. If you click objects, then you can select individuals. But since I don't need or want that as a group, I'm going to ungroup it. And now you've got it back to its individuals, even though it's still on groups over here. And objects still the same. So solids is what we want. So just resize this real quick. Reposition these and make sure they're aligned properly. And then do the fit thing. I think you can do quickly. I don't know. I don't know if that actually works. Fit. Fit. And yeah, so on and stuff. Oops. Alright, and again, these aren't needed, so I'm actually not even going to keep them at all. I'm just going to select these 3. Oops. The models. Move it over. Oops. Control Z to reselect. To undo the unselection. I don't know why it doesn't do that more, actually. Why more things don't do that. And there you go. There's your floating emancipation grill. Looks pretty nice, I think. It doesn't look too odd. Just gotta make sure something is connected. Even though, like, you have the ceiling, it could technically be connected to the ceiling. Oops. This no jaw is starting to get on my nerves. Let's just do this because I can. Alright, so technically, even if you didn't have this little bottom part, it's still connected to the ceiling. Although then you've got this open and that looks kind of odd. But you could technically do that. But I'm not going to because I already made that. And I think it looks kind of cool. Looks like it's kind of stretching the emancipation grill. And then just simple resizing. Still in solids. Func detail. What is this? I don't know why that glass is sunk down. It's odd. Oh well, I'll deal with that later. Well, eventually, I should say. This song is funny. Oh, come on, phone. Oh my goodness. I've skated. Ice. Thigh. Oh my goodness, my phone. Online, not online, inline. Incline. Wow, this phone. Alright, back to Twitch. Let's see if anyone sent a message. Nope. Alright. Alright, so this is one of those ones you could put a frame model in. So, prop static, ding. Let's get our frame. It's gonna be down a ways. Yucky PTI frames. Chamber frame. There's 256 by 256. Alright, let's rotate this down. Maybe. Alright, make sure it's in the middle. Whatever this thing is. Move it up. The Wardon. I like to have Wardon on the edges of my glass. Especially if you can actually see them. Like if they're on the same plane. Like, say for instance, oh my goodness, where is it here? This, oh. This right there. If there's a frame on that, and it's kind of intersecting. I'll show you in a minute. Let me just actually align this. For this, for the alignment here, you see how it's kind of like a box in? You get really close. You can kind of see how it kind of gets inset like this. So you want it in between these two lines where it's inset. So from the top and the bottom, it's still there. So that's how you want to inset the glass and align it. You get the idea. Alright, so over here you can see it's like, it's on the same plane. That's why it's doing that weird glitchy bit. But if that's no draw, it can't be seen. So it's a very simple way to avoid having to like align this thing. Because normally, like, if it wasn't like that, you'd have to pull it in here. Or just in, even like here. Just as long as it can't be seen on the edges. See, look, now you can't see it. What are these doing here? So now you can't see it. So that's what you'd have to do. But if you put no draw on the edge, then it does a little glitchy bit, but since it's no draw, you can't see it. So that's a nice little trick that you can use. It's quick, easier than trying to do it otherwise. Oh goodness. Sometimes I forget I put it on one. Sometimes I forget I put it on one. I still need to put placement helpers on these things. Well, not on them, but... Now this is where you need to use the angle of the placement helpers. Entity... Oi. Info placement helper. I'm sure you've seen portals auto-align themselves, which in the case like this is going to be very helpful because you've got this thing up here and it kind of needs to be at a precise angle. So Well, those can be done. I don't think these are straight down. Yeah, it's a little away. So that needs to be pulled in a little bit then. Maybe. Not sure. Anyway, for these little placement helper thing, the blue is the top and the bottom. How you can tell this little blue arrow is like essentially it's pointing down. With the blue, there's two sides. One is an arrow, one is like a little flag. With the arrow, essentially always points down. So, if I left it here, the bottom of the portal would be over here. And something else to remember, which side does this side go on? Because there's, on the red arrow, you've got big and little. The big side should always point away from the portal surface. If it's like this, then it won't work. I tried it in every different angle. I actually set up 6 of these and pointed it every different way so I could actually figure out how it worked, and this one didn't. The red, thick side has to be pointing away from the surface, and the blue arrow points to the bottom of the portal. So if I rotated it this way, now the bottom of the portal is going to be over here. But since the laser is going to be coming out of the bottom of the portal into the receiver up here, as you can see by this circle, we want the bottom of the placement helper to be facing that way. So the laser goes up into the receiver. And with this, and use helper's angles as yes, and also force placement, so that it does that for sure, and then it says this is 96. Now, whenever someone fires a portal anywhere on the surface, at any angle, even if they're standing over here, it will rotate itself so that the bottom of the portal is here, and the laser goes through up to this receiver. So it's fairly simple and straightforward once you figure it out. But figuring that out is a little tricky. I know it was for me. I actually had to make a separate map to figure it myself. I've actually done a few of those. And so this one, same principle. But because I did shift drag, it retained all the properties, which means the portal, the bottom would be over here. And the receiver is not over here, but it's over here. So we want to turn it 180 degrees so that the arrow is over there, pointing that way, therefore bottom of the portal will be over there. So that will make the portals orient very easily, and people won't have to have a fit because they couldn't get the laser to line up and have to fire 1,000 times. You had to fire a few times in your video, I saw. Now, I'm not sure about skipping this part, but I know this glass isn't going to be enough. I'm just going to do shift click, actually. It's easier. That 25. And this side. And actually, I might just do it 50. Bottom. So that it looks like a big panel. And now is where you can get a little creative with these little frames. You can kind of... where is that glass? It is over there. So shift drag just to get it over. Right. Oh goodness. I don't know why, for some reason it rotates like from a corner instead of from the center. Like here's the origin point, and that's like what it rotates around. It's weird, man. As you can see right there. So I'm going to use the 192 model, which goes out. Oh, will go out as soon as I rotate it. And stuff. Alright, now this one I'm going to do 128 because people can't jump up that high. So now at this point I actually want that to be different. Remember about the aligning, essentially you have to have it on 1 to line it in this thing, because on 2, like it is right now, it won't align properly. The reason I need 2 is because they're different widths. So I'll go back to you see 250, if you click apply. If you go back, it's 25 again. Make sure it's bottom line so that doesn't look weird. And there you go. Click both. Make sure it's a func detail so that it doesn't cut odd vis leaves. And very simple. Now people can't jump around, and that took like 2 minutes. And that's just kind of how Hammer is when you get used to it. It's a wonderful tool. I definitely love using it. Here's some odd fog window thing. Glass. And you get a bunch of glass textures. This frosted one. There's lots of little different things you can do. The only thing is with air strafing, people can actually get down here. So, I don't know if you want to avoid people getting down here altogether, but if you do, then player clip for essentially people wouldn't see it unless they're trying to do speedrunning stuff. Only speedrunners would ever notice it because they're the only ones trying to glitch the map. It doesn't matter to anyone else if they saw it, because they weren't trying to glitch the map anyway. So why should you punish them for something speedrunners are doing? I mean, like, visually. So, it's one of the, if you can avoid making visual changes. Jump to first level? Do you mean first, like this is the first level, or this is the first level? And it's like, I don't know if you say this is ground level, and this is first level. Or this is first level and this is second. I'm assuming this is the second, this is the first, and this is ground level. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know for sure, but it's just my guess. Okay, so I'm right. So avoid people jumping in there, that's pretty simple. And you can do it in a way that no one will notice. It's a very clever and almost kind of devious thing. Yeah, ground level's floor. We'll just go back to tools and grab this thing called player clip. And then control E. And let's draw a little brush. Alright, so from here, you can't air strafe through that. There's no way that's impossible. Maybe if you had a cube, but you wouldn't be able to catch a cube. Either way, it'd be like really hard. Practically impossible. But if you're down here and you jump, you won't hit it. Because it's too high up. So only people that are trying to air strafe will ever hit that. So that's where you can use player clips in a way that... What's going on? Oh, there it goes. Move that over and then just kind of resize it like this. There's actually a few ways you can do that. No. Click, spin. There you go. There's your little area that people can't air strafe past, but won't know is there unless they try. So that's one of the many clever little things you can do in Hammer that you can't do in PTI because you don't have player clip, and even if you did, it's not as precise. Whoops. Alright, here's that dropper thing that we were doing earlier, that I was doing last time. And I'll put in my prefab actually. So this is supposed to land up here, right? The dropper. It's supposed to land on level 2. This song is funny. Oh my goodness, this song. Alright. So, right now, I'm not gonna actually use these. I'm just kind of putting them here as a reference point. Okay, this is where the cube's gonna drop. So, it's obviously not gonna look very good. See, this is where having the ant lines would be helpful, because I don't physically know which one it goes to. Of course, it wouldn't be that hard to figure it out, but at this very moment, I don't know. Texture lock on and off. So they're both supposed to be on level 2, alright. keep that in mind, and I'll just edit this wall real quick. Alright, now let's take this. And then... where's the 2? And then... put the 4s. And let's just move this cube button over a bit. And there you go. Now we have a door that doesn't look like a PTI door. And doesn't take up the same amount of space. There's something you can't do in PTI. Oh yeah, so this button was accessible when the glass was there. But since the glass isn't there anymore, then it's gonna have to be over here essentially. So I'll no, they could still land on that. Well, people need to walk out there anyway. Yeah, this one's not out as far. Although it can be, because it's got this to hang on to. Alright, let's do solids. And then shift drag this. Back to groups. This won't be a func detail. This is still. And a few other little changes. Move this up. Oh, so actually needs to be textured. It's alright. Take care of that real quick. And back to solids. I'm like sweating. Make sure texture lock is on for this. Shift drag right there. You can do this because the plane we're moving it on isn't going to change any kind of angle. If we did this way, this stretches a little, so gotta watch out for that. And again, these are static props, so they don't need to be there. Just take 2 of these, shift drag into the spot, and there you go. Now, just to be sure people don't try to land on this little square, I'm actually going to put another player clip on that. Let's grab the texture. And actually, what we can do, we don't even have to draw a brush. Just shift drag this, resize it, and then click this apply current texture cube, the one with all sides are the same. And double click on it in groups to be sure that it's not a func detail or anything, so we don't want to cause any issues with that. Alright, and so now people can't land on it, and people really shouldn't be walking out over that anyway. So, again, they're not going to know. I'm going to do that up here too, just to be consistent. You could put it all the way up, but you don't really need to, because it's not really going to make a difference anyway. Now, select all these, just like we did up top. Control T, func detail. And hide these, this is how the map will look, but it will function like those are solid. So people essentially not know that those aren't solid. Whoops. But they are solid. That's already textured. So now at this point, we can pretty much just delete all of these. I'm going to leave that there as a reference point. And now is when grouping can come in handy. So click that and this and everything. So we've got 2 Emancipation Grill edges, a player clip, and these. Oh yeah, this func detail. So click this button. This is group selected objects. It's 2 cubes with like a little dotted box around it. When you click away and click on it again, it selects all the objects automatically. So now, that's up there. We'll take that, shift drag, and rotate. Whoops. Now it's back in its place it needs to be again. We didn't take, whoops. We didn't take any time designing that, because we already did it. We don't need to do it again if we already did it once. Like a common term in programming, don't repeat yourself. In other words, if you don't have to do it again, don't. I like to make sure all of the in-between brushes where people aren't going to see anyway are no draw. It's not something that's required, but I like to do it because it just seems like better mapping practice to me. There's not really any reason to not do it. This is why it's useful to create with no draw. Like when you're making a brush, make it with no draw so you don't have to worry about these edges being textured even though you can't see them. So we've got the 2 edges now. We'll delete these because this is the functions of the Emancipation Grills, although it doesn't really matter anyway. I don't know, that's just how the PTI editor works, instances and stuff. So now that we have 2, select them both, shift drag to copy it, rotate it around, and just align it to make sure it's where we want. In which case it isn't at this moment, so we'll fix that up a bit. And now it is. So now we can just delete this stuff because we don't need it. And that's that many more entities that you don't need. Oh, forgot about this part. Alright, well, I'll probably just put grade on that actually. So that's group. So we want to do solids because this is a different entity. It's a func detail, part of a func detail. We don't want to move the whole thing, just a little part of it. And then we'll do the same thing over here. We should unselect that before we click the texture tool to... crap. Maybe. Because now I have to go back over here to get this again. I don't know if it's possible to jump around 180 degrees, but even if it was, I mean, that's like, that's a crazy jump. If someone can actually make that, it's almost like, it's almost worth letting them. Some things are so hard to do that if someone can actually do it, you almost want to let them because it's like, you can pull this crazy thing off. This is your reward. You get to do it. So we've got our little Emancipation Grill and player clip things here to make sure people can't jump down. And I need to put those on, obviously. Whoops. Oops. Alright, these do not need names because they are not receiving inputs. It's not what I wanted to do. Get rid of the name. Visible, yes, obviously. So all we have to do is get rid of the name, obviously. It doesn't need it because it's not receiving outputs or inputs. It doesn't do anything. It just sits there. So it doesn't need a separate name. Anything like a button or like this, a static model, or anything that's not going to move doesn't need a name. And it's better just not to give it one if you don't have to, because that's one less thing that you have to keep track of. There's this I still need to deal with. This doesn't technically need a name either, even though it has one. You can still name it. It doesn't need a name, but you can name it if you want to. You just don't have to. It's not necessary. You may think, oh, I seen it, they all need names, but they don't. If you want to name certain things, you can. If this was supposed to open and close, it would need a name, and it would also need to be pop dynamic. Kind of like this door. The door should always have a name. So I'm going to rename this. Not flip panel. Oh my god. Well, just exit door. I heard you. Oh my god. So this button and this catcher are supposed to be required to open the door. I think. Yeah. This button flips this panel over. But here's the thing now. If people jump down, they can fire a portal up there and walk all the way around the long way. And they can fire a portal here. I mean, obviously, I actually kind of like that better, because then if they accidentally fall down when they're almost done with the puzzle, they can just portal back up and they're done. They don't need to waste the time. This, all these logic relays and stuff, that's like not even necessary. Most of this logic in the entities isn't necessary. Indicator toggle. You could leave this button because it's not entity heavy. And what I mean by that, like these. Look at all of these entities. There's like a million of them. They're all on this one instance. But this only has this little thing. And that's essentially what you do anyway. So you could almost leave this because it really doesn't make a difference to have it. It's not going to make the map slow that much more. Shouldn't be accessed from the ground level. I don't know why not. I mean, this button, I think this button was needed to flip this panel over. I don't know why you couldn't access it from the ground level. It seems like it'd be useful to me, but if you don't want it to, then I'll make it so they can't. Just a simple piece of glass would do it. Maybe. It's the thing, you can see it from all the way over here. So you'd need glass like all the way to over here to keep that from happening. Yeah, you'd pretty much need a piece of glass all the way to this to keep them from getting to this panel from the ground. Honestly, I think you should just leave it. Because, I mean, what's it gonna harm if they can access that portal from down here? I think it would be more useful. I mean, it'd be a little easier, but at the same time, you don't want it to be a drag. People finish the puzzle and they're like, oh my god, that was such a pain, I had to go up and down. And if that thing would have just been visible, then I didn't have to do that. I mean, you know, it's your puzzle, but just stuff to think about. I think about that, things like that, every time I make a map or work on a map. I'm gonna hide a few objects. Whoops. Actually need that. Actually, never mind. What I'll do shift click, right click, which textures the whole thing. Let's just grab this, and then click the texture on there, and then get it one more time, shift click, apply to all the faces, and then like that. Now these edges are no draw. And it won't be all weird, like I was mentioning earlier. I don't know how people are gonna get to this button though. Oh yeah, it's fine in the middle. Oh my god. It'd probably be, like, if I moved both the buttons over to this little area, it'd probably be fine. This isn't necessary, and this is pretty much not going to be visible anyway. So let's move this button over to here. Look at that. It looks weird. Alright, so this, I'm just going to change into a prop button. B-U-U, please. Prop button. And there you go, you have your pedestal button. Very easy to change. Activated is on pressed. On deactivated is on button reset. And I forgot to check the time. Oh, it doesn't need a time because it's just a drop a cube. Don't play timer sound. Want to prevent fast reset so people don't keep pressing it over and over again. Since this is just to drop a cube, again it doesn't need a name. Since this is just to drop a cube, indicator toggle, delete. It's just to drop a cube, so you don't need a name, and you don't need like a timer or anything. The only question now is where to put it. This song is funny. Let's use this and do like Cave Johnson said about cutting corners. It's a corner cutting machine. We obviously cut them there. The no draw. Make sure these are no draw because obviously you can't see them. delete. Spin. Oh. There you go. Never mind. You put that over here. Alright, now we need to just do that real simply and quick. Right here. Oh goodness, that's too big. You know what, never mind. I'm just gonna retexture this. Because I'm gonna have to reapply this overlay anyway. Oh crap. I hate it when that happens. Quick world on all of these. Alright, this one. Let's find that floor texture that I had earlier. I think it was this one. And the ceiling. Whoops. This thing is not aligned. What happened? There you go. Odd. I wonder how that happened. Nope, that one's off too. I like texture all of them, and then there's one that isn't textured. How do I always miss one? It's so funny. Alright, now we're going to use the white squares that are a little offset. I like this music, it's kind of nice. It's odd, but it's kind of nice. Now you've got an interesting little line, diagonal line. Looks funny, but yeah, there it is. So this one's going to be difficult. Laser Catch 65 indicator. This thing doesn't need a name. So shape 03. When you start chatting. That's annoying when it does that. H-A-P-E. That is 03, okay. Let's put this right there. There it goes. And again, it does not need a name because it's not doing anything. It's just sitting there. People can shoot from any angle, and they'll always get the right angle. Only see 4 different signage. You are editing? I actually think I'll just leave these cube droppers the way they are. Because they work and they don't need to be changed. Another little cube. Alright. I mean, I guess the ceiling needs to be changed, but other than that, they're fine, so. So that's a good size. Shift drag. And the textures are gonna be a little different, but that really doesn't matter. I mean, people probably aren't gonna notice. And if they do, well, good for them. So I'm going to make that custom button base. Remember, best to build with no jaw. That's too wide. Alright, now the special little things. Move this back. And move these sides in. It bevels it down. Makes it look pretty interesting. And there you go. We got a custom little pedestal button. And all I gotta do is scale the grid down to 4, and there you go, it's on it. Little interesting little base. Ever since DRC, or RC as Andy likes to call it. Ever since RC4, I've kept that as a possibility for the button base, and now you can see the bottom no drop. Phone just buzzed. Did you see what it's buzzing about? Nothing important. Right, those Emancipation Girls are quite different in size. Is that the end of the music? My goodness, I'm like sweating. Nearly. This shirt is long sleeve. Kept the shirt on I had from earlier. So, goodbye long sleeve shirt, hello short sleeve. Yeah, I'll get those in just a moment. Is it aligned well? I think it is. Alright, now let's do the solids thing again. Move these over. Move this over. Oh. So I shifted it down a little bit. I've been with Hammer for about a year and a half. A week or so to do simple stuff. That's the thing, though. You learn little tricks on how to do stuff faster. And like I said, not repeating. You already did something. You don't need to do it again. So I'm just going to leave those. They seem to be... The size seems to be fine. They're not out of alignment or anything. You learn little tricks on how to do stuff faster. And it's like, it just gets so much quicker. And they're not really hard things to do. That's the thing. You think, oh, that's hard. But I mean, really, it isn't. Not as hard as you would think, at least. So shift and then arrow key, which will nudge it in this case. Depends on what you have it set to. I have it set to do that. Which will make a copy pretty close to it. What do you know? That didn't line up perfectly. Okay. And now it's offset. Probably because I rotated, actually. And fit doesn't help. Which means that we're going to need to swap the sides. Let's hide this with the letter H and hide these because they're kind of in the way as well. Alright, so take one of these, apply it over here, and then do the little fit thing. And do the same thing with these over here. Fit and fit. And the thing about these, they apply opposite sides, so like this is the right side of the texture. You think this is left, but when you apply it, it's still the same side. So it's kind of odd how that works. But yeah, that's how it works. Apply, let's see if I can fit both of these. Yep, you can. So you can fit multiple textures at the same time, which is nice. Now unhide, because if you hide something like this and you compile the map, it'll essentially act like it isn't there. Like it doesn't exist. So be sure before you compile to unhide stuff if you want it to be used. It can come in handy to compile it without stuff, but for the most part you want it to be in existence when you're compiling the map. Like something's giving you a problem or you don't know what the problem is. Then you can do that. So the pedestal button is over there. So I'm going to put this cube button over here. Delete these, since they're obviously not needed. Delete this. And move this over. Alright, right next to that, which is kind of close, so I'm going to actually put it over there. And there you go. Nice quick movement. And the only thing about this now is that now you've got like empty corners, which is kind of odd. But, you know, you can deal with that. Accordingly, you can put stuff in them. You can leave them empty. Depends on what you want. The only issue with maps like this is that it's harder to optimize it. You can't use things like area portals or hint and skip, at least not to my knowledge. All you can do is func details to try to prevent things from cutting vis leaves too much so they don't look that bad. This looks like a flimsy piece of glass. I mean, I wouldn't walk across that, even if it meant my life. Because I'd probably break it. I'm not very light. There are a few ways to... You can almost make like an arm crossing. And there's a few other little things you could do. That wouldn't really be that hard. But the simplest thing... Obviously you don't want it to be too close to here, because then people might be able to jump over here. Actually, it'd be pretty easy to jump if it was too close. So, I'm going to make maybe another little elevated thing. so that it looks like this is intended and not just like, oh, look what I stuck in to make things work. You don't ever want something to look like you just stuck it there. You want it to look like it was intended. Actually, now that you mention it, it would be better if it wasn't glass. This, right click, right click. Where is it? Right click. That looks more official. Even though it still looks kind of odd. I'll give it that. Make it a little wider so that it doesn't look so narrow. You could put some other things to make it look a little better, but you know, you don't have to. It's not necessary, just as long as generally the job that you want done is, well, it's done. For these textures, like obviously you can keep it simpler or you can make it more complicated. I like to make things a little more complicated just so that they look a little more interesting. But again, you don't have to. It's all a matter of preference after a certain point. Just you like the way this looks, so you made it like that. The music's all done. I'm actually kind of, this point, kind of glad that there's no music because it's just like kind of musiced out. So I'm going to select this and do Func Detail because you know you want to try to group stuff if you can. Just makes it a little better. Since both of these are Func Detail, I'm going to go to Objects. Since both of these are Func Detail, you can probably make this a single Func Detail. Because if you can avoid having a whole bunch of Func Details around, then like a whole bunch of individual ones, this one obviously is by itself. These two aren't. So I'm going to join them into one. Now they are a single Func Detail. Back to groups up here. So I'm going to be turning this whole thing into a Func Detail because it shouldn't be cutting Viz leaves because there's nothing that it would block really. For now though, the main thing you want to get is function. Once you have function, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Like for instance, this thing seems a little too 128E to me. So I'm going to change it so it's not. Of course, this works a little better if you're designing the map initially in Hammer, because then you don't have any like this. It's going to have a little odd top. Half of the texture is like half of this square is invisible because it's going off the thingy. That's what's going off. It's an official term, you know. It's off the thingy. Save. It's been a while. Save. Shift drag and resize that. Let's grab that texture. And I think, no, texture lock is off. And so there you go. Now it's a little more roomy up there. And that was like super simple to do. And obviously that's like maybe not the best thing you could do in all cases. But like say, oops, do this. And now this looks a little different than up here. Generally, you kind of want big clusters of a single texture. You don't want it to be like random, like Bmod, let's say. Oh god, I hate Bmod. Bane of my existence, to say the least. Now oopsies. There are some other textures that different colors have to offer, like different sizes actually. But, you know, keep it simple if you can. Whoops. And so this one, it's got the 4, and it's got these long, tall tiles too. So, bottom. So this is what these tiles look like. They're long, and it looks kind of funny actually. It's kind of like this, but only this wide. So it's this tall and this wide. That's what this texture is. But I'd rather have it as the texture, this texture, because it kind of continues and it doesn't look as disjointed. You want it to look almost asymmetrical. You don't want it to be too even looking. At the same time, you don't want it to be too odd. Odd and even. So yeah, all lighting I do with physical lights. I don't like I did earlier. You change the texture walls as well. Don't know what this is doing up here. But yeah, there's little floating lights that are like for no reason. I don't like them, so I get rid of them. And there's that. And then we've got this catcher. Oh. Wait, what? That thing should have outputs. Alright, something happened. There's no outputs. Did you remove some outputs? Or did I? I could have. It's possible. I mean, I know what it needs to do. Get rid of this great texture. It's killing me. And great should have a frame because this looks. It just looks weird. It doesn't right now. Why is that so thin? Seriously, how do they do that? We're done. Bang. 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 Oops. And the top. Where is it? That's a good question. Right there. Any stuff. Preferably with black theme. Yeah, I noticed you removed the exit door. This is actually these you don't really need either. So I'm going to put prop, P-R-O-P, and it's called indicator panel. No, just stick it on. this 16 so it can get lined up in the wall. Now, if you leave it like this, it won't be visible. And if you go down to 1 and pull it out, just 1, it'll actually texture fight with the wall. So you want it at 2. You want it 2 units out from the wall. And if you're trying for a no ant line map, then you need to indicate what everything does. So I'm going to look for this signage. It's around here somewhere. Oy vey. There's a lot of little signage things around here. Alright, laser... Where is it? Where's the laser catcher? Here it is. Alright, so I'll put one here, and one over by this thing. So people can connect the signs. Okay, these are related. Oops. Get out of the way! That I'll deal with later. And then so that'll be that one. And then I'll have another one with the cube button thing. If I can find it. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Box button. Here you go. Overlay ding. Signage box button. There's supposed to be signage overlay. Some of them will work without that. Some of them won't. Depends. So get one more panel here. So essentially, so this says the laser receiver, which is over there, and this says these button. If it's on this button and that laser receiver, then it will open the door. Actually, I don't know if the laser will go through this great texture. I'm not sure. I mean, it should, but I'm not 100% on it. But yeah, this grate needs a frame. So this is a huge grate. You can actually do the grate similar to the glass. This is actually going to give me an excellent opportunity to show you some interesting things you can do. Alright, so I'm going to work in this window. Maybe. Oh no. Ah, no. So when you're doing these, you essentially want to like tessellate them. Just like throw a bunch together so that it looks interesting. You can do it however you want. It doesn't really matter how. I mean, obviously, if you're having something like this, you want to have it so that the laser will go through. I did shift. You don't want them to all be the same size, though. Because that is kind of boring looking. Let's make this one 256. Let's do a 64. Like that. And then, just put it together. Like I said, there's no particular way. It doesn't have to be done one way. There's no right or wrong way to do it. It's all aesthetic. It's all how you want it to look. Once you have one of each of the sizes, then you can just kind of do shift drags and copy them over. Make it look like you put a little bit of work into it. And just keep going over until you've got something that you like. I'm gonna hide these because they're in the way right now. When you back up, it kind of turns into a little flat thing, so it's easier to select. If you're close, then you can easily click the grate. So sometimes it's easier to back up a bit. Just make it a little easier, a little quicker. It's not just about what you're doing, it's how fast you're doing it. You don't want to waste time if you don't have to, obviously. Alright, make one last big one up here. There you go. There's your little grate frame thing. And it doesn't look like the boring PTI frames. A very simple thing to do, but it looks very nice. Put this here too, because you can't really see this. You kind of have to be able to see the shape up here. What does that square do again? So an easy way to figure out you have this target entity. If you click mark, oops, it will select whatever entity or whatever thing it's sending its outputs to. So that laser receiver is sending outputs to this. And I figured that out just by clicking mark. So to fix shape, do the square. Yep, that's a square. So now you've got the square and the triangle, and the square and the triangle. I'm going to move this up here. Oh, wait a minute. Those aren't lined up very well. It's odd. Move this over. Something that you definitely need to remember, this is not sealed. So just because it looks like it's sealed, it will leak through these. Again, a simple fix. Just go to here, shift drag it up to get a brush, and then shrink it down. Shift click. Make sure that all the edges are not textured. And then let's make sure that this thing is snapped to the grid, because if it's not, it will cause leaks. Alright, now, what I can do is change this. Instead of laser catch, I'm going to, oh no, not laser catch. I'm going to make it a, if you type in laser, you'll get a few different options. You can get ENV portal laser, which is the laser emitter, laser catcher, and laser relay, which are, well, they're all exactly what they are in the game. So prop laser catcher, it'll be like that, but this I actually want it to be in the center. Very easy to change, just go in. And there you go. You've got laser catcher center. Because in this case, since on the ceiling, it kind of needs to be that way. And I see this change didn't take effect. So now I just rotate it down, lift it up, shift it into position, there you go. And the outputs, well, they're pretty much listed here. It's an instance laser catcher on powered, instead of that just on powered, and on unpowered. Very simple. Can't get much simpler than that in all honesty. Now this, you will see, you weren't able to before very well, but you can now. So, back to our tools, and this one that doesn't look like it has a preview says Tools Black. It gives a texture that is jet black and essentially looks like this. It looks like the void. Now, in the game, they actually use textures like this inside the laser receiver area, but I like to do it with Tools Black just because, in my opinion, it looks better. So, it's Tools Black for me. And I'm going to do the same thing with this. Outputs. Remove the indicator toggle because it didn't have an indicator in the first place. I'm actually not sure why it even gives it one of those if it's a shape. They don't change. They just sit there. Laser catcher. And then laser catcher model. Center. Laser catcher model. At the bottom. Center. And delete the name because it doesn't need it. Make sure this one doesn't have a name. And just like last time, get it into position. I lifted it up a little too high. There you go. Nice thing about this, you can use the arrow keys, and depending on how the 3D camera is positioned, if you go here, it will orient the movement of the arrow keys to the view. And I moved around a bunch. Same thing with top view, but in 3D, you can essentially do that. If you're just hovering in these views, it will change it to whatever angle that is. So up, down, up, down, up, down, right, left. And it changes depending on what view you're in. But with a 3D view, if you're facing this way, it'll go down, up, right, left. But if you change this way, it'll change which way it's going. So you think down, up, but if you're looking down, it will actually travel across. It won't go vertically, it'll go horizontally. So that's an interesting little thing as well. You can take advantage of that. I definitely do. I don't think I set the outputs this yet. Nope, I didn't. Unpowered, on unpowered. It is 7:13, and there's nobody here. Not a soul. Alright. So we did the grate. We've got cube droppers that will work. They don't look the most beautiful, but if you want to get it looking real nice, then you can just make your own cube dropper. Like I showed a few weeks ago. I don't remember exactly when. I'm not sure why that sectioned off, actually. There's some odd sections in this. That's odd. Now, you can see that overlay was just right there. Overlay cube. But I deleted the wall, so it disappeared. Because the wall that it was applying its texture to is no longer in existence. So the brush face, because it doesn't exist, even if you do this, it still doesn't show up. So you've got to... Uh-oh. Sometimes they'll do, like, you move it and it makes a weird box like that. It does a little glitch, but say for instance you wanted it to, or you wanted it there anyway, you just do brush faces, and then you click pick, you click the brush, and apply, and there it is. Your magical little sign thingy. Oh, that's funny how it works. Okay then. Just roll with it, I guess. Since this doesn't have any outputs, I'm actually going to have to give it some. Which isn't hard to do. Not hard at all. L-I-S-E-R. Catcher. Now this one is actually going to be on the ground. Like the other ones on the ceiling. So it's good. It looks kind of good for them to be in the center. This one's going to be on the ground though, so it just looks better to be down. Just because you can and stuff. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that right this moment actually. For the sake of making sure it doesn't leak. Do that, and then this, move that up a bit. Shift click. Oh god, no. Alright, where is it? Right here. Tools black. On the sides. You don't need the back because you're not going to see it anyway. There you go. Now you could leave it like that, but it looks kind of weird just kind of sitting in the wall, so it's nice to put some kind of like textured thing around it. And that will be done in due time. Right now, I'm going to try to focus on more important things. Like actually making that thing function. Alright, so to open the exit door, you need two things to be in operation. You need this button, and you need that laser. Receiver. So, to make sure that they both have to be in operation, instead of connecting them directly to the door, I'm going to put in a thing called a logic. Some people say co-op. I like to say coop, just because I can. Logic coop manager. Put it right in front of that door, just for the sake of knowing what it's connected to. It could be anywhere in the map. It could be nowhere near the door, just as long as it's inside the map, obviously. Now, outputs on this. Pretty easy. On change to all true. This door, exit door, open. Copy paste, just to make it a little quicker. On change to any false, and then just close it. Now on change to all true, you have two states, state A and state B. You start as A, and this does need a name because it's receiving input. So exit door, say manager. You can name it whatever you want as long as you know what it is. So you have one thing that sets state A to true, the other thing sets state B to true. So when they're both true, on change to all true, then it fires its output, which would be to open the door in this case. And if any one of them, like say this button was deactivated, so you take the cube off, then the door would close. So that's any false. So everything has to be activated to open, but if you do change to all false, if you take the cube off the button, the door would stay open. So you have to do on any false. So it can be used at times. Most of the time, this is how you want to use it. I'm sure you can see this area portal thing in that door. So I'm going to... The door can actually have outputs too. Exit door AP for area portal. This is a func area portal. It's in my prefab that I made. Initial state will be closed because when the door is closed, you can't see through it. And it's an optimization thing, and it helps close off elevators and stuff that you just can't see anyway. So on open, which means on the second the door starts to open, area portal, we're going to open the area portal. So the second the open animation starts, the area portal opens. Now, on fully closed, which I've seen a few area portal glitches if people try to close it too soon. So on fully closed means when it spins like that and it finishes its close animation, then we're going to close the area portal. So it will essentially cut off everything on the other side and it will stop rendering it completely. So if I was on this side and it was closed, this entire room would not render. Which, obviously, if the door's closed, you can't see it anyway, so that's what you want. Alright, so this button needs some outputs to work. None of these are going to make any difference, so I'm just going to delete all of them. Alright, add. It's got two here, thankfully. It's still kind of weird, but since it's not an entity-heavy instance, then I'm just going to leave it, because, you know, you can. Instance button on pressed. So, when someone puts a cube on the button, first thing I'm going to do is make sure it's the one next to the cube thing, which is not named. This is receiving outputs as well, so it needs a name. Call this cube check. You can also have these be timers. They're pretty versatile. No timer, start visible, yes, obviously. I don't know why no would be useful. No is not a timer, is not checked. You can also use it like a texture toggle to set the color of indicator lights. And actually you don't even need outputs from this. You don't need separate outputs if you have a check like this. So that can come in handy, making it a little simpler. You don't have to do so many outputs. But if you wanted it to start like, say you had a laser going into a receiver, then is checked. Actually, never mind. Because the receiver should send the output to check it. So like maybe you've got a button like this connected to an emancipation grill that starts on. Then you'd want that checked. When you press the button and the emancipation grill turns off, then you'd want it to do the X. So it's like it's not working. Or like you turned it off. It depends on what you want and what kind of theme you're going for and all that. Oh, it's just a door. So generally it's fairly simple. Just start visible. Alright, now I can set this output. Indicator panel, cube check, and it's very simple. Check. Copy, paste. On unpressed, and then uncheck, which is kind of odd sounding. You'd think it should like X or something, but I don't know. So it's unchecked. That's what you get for the little X thing. All right, so this is a visual, and now we want the physical working. On press, now we click the Coop Manager. So set state A to true. Copy paste. And set state A to false. On unpressed, you have to be sure to change that or it's going to act very weird and it's not going to function more properly. So on pressed, it checks this and it sets state A to true. Actually, it should be state B because this is the second thing. Kind of. I don't know, actually. Yeah, I'll just leave it state A. It doesn't matter what state it is, just as long as this one's state A and the other one is state B. It's all what makes sense to you, what you can remember easier. So cube check, unpressed, checks this, sets state A true. Then we take it off, it makes that an X, and sets this the false. And you can check what in here. On pressed is set true, on unpressed is set false. So you can do that as many times as you want. And there it is. There's a function of that. Now let's take this thing and do the same thing generally on powered instead of, oh crap, why do I not name this stuff? Well, like, oh, I'm all done. Not really. So let's call this laser. Oh goodness. Laser check. I think the other one was cube check. Yeah. This says that there's a broken output. But it's just because it's from an instance. It doesn't think the instances work for some reason, even though they do. It's weird. No indicator lights, just start visible. Alright, so I'll be laser check. Let's grab this thing again. Come over here. And laser check, if I can click on it. Check it, obviously. Copy paste. On unpowered to uncheck. Let's copy both of these and set this thing, exit door manager, to set state B this time though. Because we already used state A. You don't want to use it twice, otherwise it's going to be, again, act weird. So state B true. And then set state B false. So true on powered, false on unpowered. Nope, it's still live. My mouth's kind of dry. I don't have any water in here. How long have I been streaming? What does it say? 2 hours and 20 minutes, wow. I actually thought I was streaming longer than that. Alright, so that's those two things. For now, we're just going to leave the walls what they are because they work. There's nothing broken about them. So for the first while, you want it to be function, not aesthetic. Because if it doesn't work, there's no point in it looking nice. Oh my. Well, other than that, obviously. As long as it doesn't look like crap. Thought I fixed that. Oh, I did. There you go. Looks much better. So the piston platform's all done. This has its outputs. The button has the same outputs. And these and those. These have outputs. Seems like everything has outputs. Everything should technically work. I mean, obviously, except for the entrance and exit, which doesn't exist. Need to pull these down. Because you don't want colliding brushes. I mean, if you just can see no other way to do it, then obviously it's okay at that one instance. But if you can avoid it, then avoid it. There's no reason not to, really. So I'm going to do that little cube thing I did earlier. Well, not cube, obviously, but that thing's not lined up very well. There you go. That's a start. Bring this up. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's why. Bring this up. This side also needs to be in. Starting to lose my energy. Oh my goodness. Sometimes they move really fast like that. You gotta watch out, because it'll go flying. Unstick, you stupid key. Alright, where was I? He just throwed me all around. I hate this keyboard, I tell you. One day I will destroy it, and the world will be happy. Get up. Like that. Control I to flip it vertically. And now we've got all that in place. PLASTIC. All these things textured. Oops. Oh goodness. Dang it! Stop that, you stupid mouse. And my keyboard's not the only thing that's stupid that I hate. Dang it! Vertical, vertical. Maybe a little offset. And there's that. Now I just need to make sure it's a funk detail. go. And these things do animate. So I'll work on them. Need some kind of door. Actually, if you just wanted to make like a direct like thing to the elevator, which I wouldn't suggest because it's kind of odd having it like that. But you know, it's okay to do. Not saying you can't do it. uh, yeah, I'll check what you said. Whoops. Don't want you Steam. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like with this glass, it's like you can't really tell how thick it is. Like as far as you know, it can continue all the way through. It's not like real glass that you can see a physical thickness in. Like, well, like real glass. So, it's best to have a frame, just a simple frame. It doesn't have to be anything too complicated. No, stop it. Control E. It's on 4, so drag this in. And drag this in. Somehow I think that glass is really, really thin. Yep, it is. Move it over, move it in. Back up to 4. Nope. Texture. And this. Cube. Go to the top and bevel the corners. As soon as you do this once, you really don't have to do it again. You can just copy and paste it as many times as you want. So that's pretty nice. So these will get copied and pasted as well. And technically, I don't really even need to do this. You can just take this one and copy and paste it. Shift drag. Your best friend. Seriously, if you don't know shift drag, learn it. Select the bottom. Drag it down. There you go. Resized, redone. Like 2 seconds. And now, let's do it again. Oh. Make sure it's aligned. Make sure the texture's aligned well, in which case they are not here. Ah. This is rotated incorrectly. So actually I'm going to just continue this down. And that. So that seems like that's good. Although I want to do a little bit of no draw on the bottom, because you don't need that to, it's not seen, so it doesn't need to be textured, obviously. It's not really that necessary, it's a really tiny surface, but I just like to do that. It's not going to kill your map if you have a surface that you can't see textured. There you go. That's not too bad. You can almost not tell that the frame's there, but you still can. It gives you a good idea of how it looks, of how it is, how thick it is. You have two square signs to the same piston. Not sure what you're talking about. This one's a square and that one's a triangle. Same thing with these. Oh yeah, speaking of which. One in the wall and one in the white panel. Not entirely sure what you're talking about. Alright, where's the exit thingy? There is a I'm guessing square, signage in the wall near the piston. Oh, yeah, yeah. This one. Yeah, I forgot about that one. And actually, you had that. Because you put it. Alright, so I've got that little bridge there. So I'm going to make another one. Back to solids. And then make another little bridge. This one could probably be a little wider for all intents and purposes. Yeah, jumping across that's not going to happen. So that's fine, but it looks really wide now. Looks funny. So I'm going to pull that down a little. There you go. Back to groups. Control T. There you go, there's your two bridges. Those look kind of nice, I think. I think this little effect looks cool with the emancipation wheels. Oh, it's not over there. Shift drag again. So if you had to create each one of these brushes, that would take forever. But with a few simple tricks, you can do shift drag and copy it super quick and hardly even have to think about it. And you get exactly what you want. Alright, so I'm going to have the entrance door. I'm going to have it, but it was supposed to be over here. Was in the video, at least. Oh. Me, 1, 2, 3. Why don't I have timestamps on this thing? Crap. Ugh. This phone... Alright, just a minute. Why is there an ad here? 7:28. I always miss people by like an hour practically. Alright, just get off of my phone. Chat only. Play. Alright. The weighted button activates the ground fizzler. Yeah, I saw that in the video. Again, no ant line, so you don't need this output or that entity, that instance. So what I want to do here, to put in another door. Make sure this is on. So for this door, because it's going to operate automatically, we have to push it in a little. Alright. Yeah, the button is right next to it, so you don't need anything. If it's like, if what you're doing, if what something is doing is right in front of whatever is doing it, you stand on the button, the thing turns off. Okay, that's what it does. You don't need any kind of signage. You only need it if it is unclear. This, E, and actually, yeah, I'll just do it today. Now with this door, I have this frame as a func detail, so essentially that frame in the visibility engine doesn't exist. So if I don't wrap it, it will actually it'll cause leaks. So that's something you gotta watch out for. It's nothing that's really all that extreme. But, you know, you don't want leaks in your map because they're pain. So that's intersecting. Push it back a little. Those. Bigger texture. I actually could just make these the whole width of the wall. Just to save on brushes. If it's thin enough, you could do little things like that. Doesn't really matter. Not in this case, though. Because obviously it has to stop there. Otherwise, it's not going to be cut into the wall. It's going to look weird. You don't want things looking weird. Whoops. Alright, so that's 4, so I'm just going to leave it as this texture. And let's make it thinner. Again, just some visual stuff. Let's find this texture. Whoop. And there you go. Fairly simple. This is a hole, though. So just like before, you have to be mindful of holes and leaks. It's almost like it's almost like playing the game. You have to pay attention and notice if stuff's going to be a problem in the process that you're doing it. Oh, come on. Alright. Where's that tools black? Oh, this is all huge. I like finding it in the map. It just seems easier to me. Which reminds me, these are textured, which is not good. Well, I don't like it. Doesn't really matter, but I don't like it, so. There you go. You could just leave this whole wall that texture. Could play around with it a little bit. Just leave it that thick. It's funny if people come in and say hi and they say like one word and that's all they say. And they're just gone. Never to be heard from again. So now it kind of continues down. And obviously this doesn't look very good. This up. And bring it over. Just to play around, just like with the grates, with the frames. You just play around with it until you get something that looks good to you. Nothing is exact. Nothing particularly matters. Just as long as it looks good in your mind. It's all that matters. Yeah, I'll do that. Oops. Make sure there's no draw on the map. Or war done, as I like to call it. My friend and I, we like to call it that. Now, pretty much the only instance I actually like to use. Save it first, sometimes it glitches. Entity. INSTA. Func instance. If I have a file name. Oops. Maps and instances. And P2 editor. And there are some nice lights in here. Nice light strips. I like to use the light strip warm. Just because warm light strips look better. Like the color they give off looks better. Like I said before, if you're going to make your own lights, never leave it at 255 because it looks stale. It looks awful. It is one of the worst looking colors I've ever seen. So if you're going to use it, do not leave it pure white. You need it to be a little tinted. Even the white, like, I don't know, they're kind of white. The neutral? I don't know. There's warm, and then there's cool, and then there's like a neutral. The regular light strips in the PTI editor, they don't have pure white light entities on them. So this little light bulb here, you don't see the light bulb in the game, but it does cast light. It creates light, which obviously is useful. So I'm going to delete these actually. I'm going to give you an elevator. First, I'm going to make sure this door closes. From here to here. Enter. Detail. Type once, and then make it a trigger once. Change the color of the light. This warm light, the color is actually fine. And most of them are fine, but if you want to change the color, then I'll show you as soon as I set the outputs on this thing. start touch. ENTRANCE. Again, does not matter what it's called, just as long as you know what it is. Objects. This thing needs a name first. This needs... My goodness. Alright. Dang it with the... Engine store. She's AP. Entrance store, area portal. Start closed. Alright, on open. Open the thing. On fully closed. Close. Alright, so the area portal opens and closes. Now this thing is going to set one output to the entrance door to close it. Yeah, brightness can... Oop, almost closed that. Brightness can be changed. A lot of stuff can be changed. It's very simple. Just light is the name of the entity. Stick one in. As you can see, it starts on pure white. And it's just you change the color here. For instance, if you double click this instance, and click edit instance, you click this light bulb, you'll see the color 247, 228, and 170. So that's the RGB scale color that it is, and the intensity is 15. So it's not very intense. They obviously intend for you to put a few of them in. And after all, it is a warm light strip. It's not supposed to be too concentrated. So you could... essentially... I didn't make any changes. You could essentially copy that over to this. I'll actually do that. Open. So, copy that. So that's gonna have a box around it. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. And then paste it. And now this light is that same color. So you can do that with any of the light strips. You can do that and make it a little brighter. So like 15 is not enough, make it 50. That's a little brighter. If you wanted to make your own little things. Sometimes, if you have certain light strip arrangements, it's nice to have little ambient lights kind of like floating around. Just make sure they're not too close to any ground, otherwise you're gonna notice. So that's how you do light color changing. You can change it whatever you want. You have all these little colors to go from. So, you know, if you want a green or something, you can change it to lots of different colors. You know, make your own. Just typical color changing. Nothing complicated. But yeah, that's how you change color. Very simple. Alright. So I'm going to try a few instances. And it's 7:58, as you can see down here. Not only am I thirsty, but I'm kind of tired, so. I am actually not going to that theme park tomorrow that I thought I was going to, so I'll probably be able to pick it up tomorrow for you. So I'm going to add a few more instances. Save it first. Don't want it undoing anything just in case it glitches. Honk instance. Dink. So this thing's gonna blow up. Because it's like, this is a really big instance. file name. Go to the instances folder, all the way to the bottom, turbine elevator, and you've got all these. Since this is the arrival elevator, you can do arrival elevator A4 base and apply. And here we go, it's gonna get really huge. So this is the outer shell of the elevator. I just want to like line it up with the door and stuff. It's kind of hard to see it really. So move it down and over. Oh, it's intersecting. Move it out. There you go. And now unhide the door. And here you go. Here's your elevator. Your elevator room. I'm going to retexture the inside of this so that it looks like the rest of the elevator. No, this is different. This isn't a PTI elevator. This is like PTI elevators kind of all in one, and it uses a linked portal door, or world portal as it's commonly known, to get from the elevator to into the map. People just expect elevators in this game, so you know, it's not so bad. It's not a bad thing to use an elevator. You can make your own. You can do a lot of things, but elevators are hard to make because, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you have to do. So, no shame in making this kind of thing. It all works just fine. But, you know, this is how it goes. Bring it over one and drop it. As you can see, it's like glitching. Oh, there's two now. Make sure you're not inside it. Now you can see this little kind of over thing. So now what you want to do is just, that was the base, this is logic. So essentially this is the physical elevator. Make sure this is lined up. And it's not. Yeah, it's the same idea kind of. It's just an elevator though. So this is the thing that the elevator comes up. Here's the actual elevator. And it will slide up for you. And it functions just like any other elevator. So it's pretty nice that they have this instance accessible. Very easy to make a seamless start. And you want another instance. It's not going to be another elevator. This is the one I was telling you. Oopsies. Never mind, don't want to do that. Alright, go back to the instances folder. Transitions folder called transitions, and there's a few others. The only one you focus on: arrival, departure, transition, ends. I'm gonna give you these three little cubes. It doesn't matter where they are, just as long as they are in this thing. Obviously, you can do it if you want to try to line them and get them into a logical place, but it's not going to change how the map functions at all. Just as long as they're not in here. As you can see, here's the player start, and there's a little info landmark which transports the player into the elevator. Or maybe this trigger does, I don't know. And this one's got a little thingy in it, and this one's got some stuff in it. But these boxes seal what's inside of them, so you don't have to worry about leaks. So just make sure it's on the outside. Otherwise, it may cause some kind of visual oddities inside. You never know, but you just don't want to take that chance. So that you can pretty much just leave, it doesn't matter. And one more instance, this is actually what makes the map function in the workshop. Find G. Global PTI ends. This is the entity, this is the instance that does all the dirty work of the map ending and loading the question, the rating screen. That's what this does. So you have to have it if you want to upload it to Workshop. You don't need to name it or anything. It has the PTI music inside it, and it starts via this relay, but you don't have to, essentially, in order for it to start, you have to tell one of these relays, whichever one it is, you have to tell them to start the music. So if there's nothing to tell it to start the music from the PTI won't start. And I know a lot of people don't particularly like the PTI music. I know I'm one of those. It just gets old after a while, so you can have it with no music. You can put whatever level music from anywhere in the game you want, or you can just leave it off altogether. Arrival video, I haven't really figured out these yet. I'm sure you could put something in, but I don't know how to do them. So, disable PTI audio 1, which essentially tells it to not play the Cave Johnson lines. Which I hate more than the music. I'd rather hear the music, like, any day. Alright, now let's copy this into the elevator. Should have just muted my mic, sorry. Oh well. It is too late now. 64 wide by 96 tall. I like to put it down to, so right there. It's kind of inside that thing. We can hide that. So this is going to be the little block that opens the door. So instead of close, just reverse the thing. It's going to open it. Since this is a trigger once, you don't have to set any turn off outputs. And I actually would not recommend doing a trigger multiple, because if someone hits it, the door opens, and they come back this way, the door will close and they'll be stuck. So just do trigger once to make sure that it doesn't undo until they're past a certain point. Do 2 trigger onces, do one here and do one out here. Now if the door's not inset like that, you'll need to wrap it around. Essentially these walls, this little bit, would be trigger as well. In case someone goes off and goes that way it'll trigger the door. You need to make it all the same trigger. So like, let's see. Say for instance the door was out there. You do that and it's 3 different ones. They can all be activated. But if you do this, you select all of them and then you hit Control T. All of this is one trigger now. So if someone hits over here, these 2 will be gone. If someone hits the middle one, these 2 side ones will be gone. They'll all disappear. So if you want to make the door not inset like that, then you need to make a little framer like that. And make it all one trigger, so that when one's activated, they'll disappear. So I'm going to undo that, because I don't need it like that. And it disappeared, so that's nice. And I just killed it because I selected something. Uh-oh. Broke hammer. Whoops. I don't know what I just did, but I broke it, clearly. I think I was saving. I hope I was saving. This is why I want to save often, because if you accidentally do something, which happens a lot, don't feel bad if it does. But if something happens, you want to not have you don't want to lose everything you did. I saved right before I did that. Okay, so at least my trigger's back, and I already explained all that other stuff, so I'll just get these in real quick. Transitions. Make sure not to use the other PT. Monitors is still intact though. Okay. Make sure to use just the P2 editor so you don't have all those annoying BMod lines. I hate those lines. BMod's so annoying. Global PTI ents. Apply. Disable PTI audio 1. Put this back up here because I can. It's just positioning so you know where it is. Nothing is necessary, but same time it's good to do it in a way that makes sense. Oh, I don't have the trigger in here. Take that out. Make it smaller. Make it shorter. Over here. 1, 2. Hide this. Open. And again, it doesn't need a name because it's not receiving outputs, it's only sending them. So with all this logic, now people will get an entrance like just a normal elevator, and it's very simple to do. The exit elevator is pretty much the same thing, but you need to put exit logic in it. Just a trigger. I'm sure you could go in and edit the instance, but I don't know how to do that, and I don't particularly want to. Pretty much seems to be it. I mean, obviously you want lights and stuff, but I know it's gonna be dark in here. Let's do. Alright, those are all loading terribly, but doesn't matter. Because we will realign them. Actually, they're up in the ceiling too. Actually, should only done one. Don't know why I didn't. Oh well. And lights are pretty much like PTI lights. You just want them so that they cast enough light and that stuff. Don't want your map to be too dark. You don't want it to be too bright. And you can play around with different light colors too. Right now I'm just using warm, but you can, if if your map is big enough, you can play around with it. If it's a small map and you pretty much only have one room, then you can kind of only use one light color. Otherwise, you're gonna have odd light color mixing. It looks weird. So if it's a small room, just try to stick with one color of lights. If it's like, if there was like a room around the corner over here, then you could change the light color to give it a little more dynamic. But this is just one big room, so one light color is good enough, essentially. And there are powerful light strip, or not light strips, but light instances that are really bright. So you only want to use a few of them. If your room's got a lot of white in it. If it's not very white, then you can probably use some more. Depends. Is white, the portal surfaces reflect the light a lot. So for the exit elevator, it's pretty much just gonna copy the entrance. And after I set up the exit, I think I'm going to call it a night because it's kind of late. Where's the map? It's over here. Now it's too high. Would you stop? Just one. You don't need to move two. And this one. Could move this floor over. Doesn't really. Oops. Doesn't really matter. And one more. Oh, need to retexture that. Again. Again and again and again and again. Right, where is it? Here it is. Now you could make a prefab with each color, but you know, I figured that I liked this color the best. This dark color, so that's actually how I made the prefab. Get the trigger texture. And then inside the elevator, I'm going to put a brush. It's a little too far down, actually. I'd say bridge graded. Oh! Like the catwalks. That's what you meant. Oops. These. The thing is, the catwalks are best in a BTS area, and this isn't behind the scenes. This is kind of behind the scenes-ish. I mean, like here, it looks like it's going out into nowhere. But, you know, it's still kind of behind the scenes. Over in here, it's not really, so... Catwalks look kind of funny inside a map. Like, you think, oh, it looks kind of cool, but at the same time, I don't know, it looks odd. It looks more odd than cool, really. After a while. So, yeah. I don't usually put catwalks inside the map, if at all possible. And that's an object, of course. Now, there's actually a few ways you can do this. ONC for once. Now, what you could do when it hits it, you could set one of the states of this coop manager to false, or you could just close the door, really. And since that's the easiest thing, you may as well do it. No, don't clear parent. It doesn't have any parents. I don't know why that's like the first thing. Why would I want to clear the parent of a door? It doesn't have anything. So, this trigger will now close the door. It's good to have a trigger like 64 units away from a door. That's a fair distance, because that way when people touch it, the door will be closed before they can get back through it. Sometimes you want to have it a little farther, though. It all depends. Generally, 64 units is good. Oh, I need to do that over. Select it. Actually, I selected the wrong one. Alright, so this is not going to be arrival. This is departure. As you can see, it goes way up there. So, move the logic over so that it's aligned. And then for the base, you need to change it to departure elevator A4 and then base. And there you go. Now it's way up there. Even though you don't really need all that space up there, it gives it to you anyway. There's actually these little whatever they are. Those little things, one of them, I think it's this one, will actually fade it to black, which actually after that point you can't really do any outputs. I don't know why there's a player in here. That doesn't actually make sense to me. But yeah, 96 by 96. We've got a little cube. Make it thinner. I like to put this cube up the shaft a little bit. So, right beneath this thing, because if this is the first one that fades it to black, then, well, that's annoying. So, this also needs to be a trigger. This is going to ends level 1. No! Trigger once. Wow. Alright, so on start touch at I forget. I think it's at relay level end. This I actually haven't memorized. So I've got other maps that I know have it. So I'm just gonna open one of those real quick. Let's do 2 for 1. Alright, the exit elevator is over here, I think. And here is that little trigger. At relay PTI level end. And here's the map I was working on. And oh. So at PTI, at relay PTI level end. Oh boy, that's a name. you'll soon be forgetting. I know I did. So that is how you end the level. Now the PTI maps, they like essentially end it as the elevator doors are closing. I like the elevator to move up the shaft a bit, so that's why I put this up here. You could put it in the doorway before people even get to the elevator. You could put it up just a little bit. You could put it up way up like I do. And you can do it without an elevator, but you know, elevators are easy to use because they're instances. It's already done for you. You can even do it like if you wanted to have this button end the level, or like this, instead of open the door, you could have it trigger the end of the level. So instead of on start touch, you just do on all true, level end, and all that stuff. There's a few different ways you can do it. Depending on what you want to do, you can have it fade first, but I haven't gotten into all that yet. So you've now got your entrance elevator, and door, and I actually wanted to change those two. And your exit, and your exit elevator, and level end trigger, your player start instance, your PTI instance, which again, in case I haven't said enough times already, you need to make it work in the workshop. Um, this, get rid of that. These are going to be pop dynamic. Again, Fizzler dynamic. This one is going to be with outputs. As much as I hate to leave it sticking to a wall like that, this thing in here kind of inhibits anything else. So you almost have to leave it that way. Unless you want to like build a little box around it. Which you could do. It wouldn't be that hard. So, you should probably just not be lazy and do it. Actually, you really only need to put a top here. Because the rest of it you can't see anyway. Just might look a little strange from here, but it's usually pretty dark in here. Can't really tell. My Wardon. Wherever it is. Sure, there's something around here somewhere. No, I can't see any. There's something right there. What exactly is that? That's what I thought. I'm going to do funk detailing and optimization that I can tomorrow. And whatever else I can do, and I did not want that texture. Of course it'd give me that. Always gives you the texture you don't want. Let's see. Push this over. Sure, it's 32. Because we can. And then pull this over. it's like a little wedge. And the top like that. So now you can see in, and it looks like, okay, there's something in there, but it's hollow. So maybe I should just leave this no draw actually. That actually wasn't that hard. Ah! It's gone. Forgot. I deleted it. My ear's itching. Cut, 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 cut. I'm like Connecticut, but not quite. Spin that around. Is that lined up properly? Right, let me do this. There you go. Uh-oh. Somehow that didn't get spun around right. Okay then. Well, there it is. That was not that hard at all. I was like dreading it. Right, so now these things need to have a name. Let's call them, let's call it EG for Emancipation Grill. Model. M-O-D-E-L. EG model. They're going to both receiving the same input, so it's okay for them to have the same name. That way you don't have to send individual outputs to both of them, because that is just, well, there you go. You're repeating yourself again. EG brush. Shorter. Better. Alright, so for these, the Frizzle units are always 128 units high. Don't really know if that's a question, but as far as I know they are, unless you make your own model. Just stick with 128. So, and I've reached a point that I almost wanted to have one that was, like, have a space up here, but, like, have it higher, but, you know, it is the way it is. I didn't make it. I just live with it. Well, you could, like, you can't have this half size. You can, like, put it, you can shift it up, like this. Yeah, not oversized. This is your best bet if you want it to be offset a little. But, yeah. It's not, just never mind. Hold animation, set that to yes, or it will be constantly animating. That's kind of annoying. Default animation, OPN. And as you can see, now they're moving. So this is going to keep them from, like, essentially it's going to do that if someone gets on and off the button. No, you have to make a model, which is, like, these things are called models. Essentially, you'd have to make your own version of this model, and you can't do that in Hammer. Which is, like, you know, whatever, but... That's how it is. Pressed disable, which is going to hide it, and enable, which is going to unhide it. And then unpress these thingies. I'm going to do set playback rate, which is going to tell it you play back your animation at -1, which means it's going to do it reversed. It's going to play the animation reverse, so it's going to close. So on press, set playback rate -1, so it tells it to close. And then on unpressed, since it re-enables, it's going to set the playback rate to 1, which means it's going to open. So, very simple outputs for that. And as you can see, we don't need 5 entities and these things to make this thing work. It's very simple. It's just how PTI works. You learn to just like not question it because it's not that important. It really isn't. Would like to put some more lights in. Got an idea. Make that bigger. Again, purely aesthetic. Well, not purely. It's partially aesthetic. Partially for aesthetic, partially for function. Not I. L. I know, sometimes it operates oddly. Just kind of got to work with it. Let's select them all. Rotate this way. And bring them into place. And that looks kind of funny, actually. At the same time, it looks kind of cool, almost. It's like there's a glass box, almost, and like a single pillar inside of it. That's almost what it looks like. So I guess that's okay. Obviously, you're gonna want more lights than just this. But for now, it's probably going to make it light enough. Hopefully. I'll show you those those light instances. See if I can find a good place to put it. I don't want to put it right here. Although I could just move the roof out a bit. Here we go again with you'll never see this in PTI. Oh wow. And now the roof actually extends out beyond this. Just 64 units. So it's not quite as big, but it still looks kind of cute. Kind of cute. What? I don't know why I thought kind of cute. That doesn't even make sense. That out. This here. Does that have texture on it? Yes, it does. So, no draw. And then let's grab this thingy on the ceiling. Right up here. Now I'm not going to do 4. Well, I'm not going to like copy and paste this 4 times. What I'm going to do, again, I'm going to save it, just in case I screwed up again. There is a set of lights, folder it says lights, And all these different lights. So light panel 128, warm, and medium or high. Medium and high just refer to the brightness. There's also cool and neutral and lots of other things you can do. But, oh, where did it go now? It's right here. So I'm going to do warm medium because it's a small area. If you do warm high, you're going to blind people. If it's a small area. Warm high should only be used in a big area. So it makes a 4-way light strip. Rotate that into position. Let's cut a hole. Open a hole here. Move this up into there. Use this for unused maps. Oh my goodness. Made that too small. There you go. It's a good idea to light your exit area better than other things so it draws attention to it. Also, buttons for cube droppers and stuff, you want to light them. Well, just things that are important. You want to light them up better. And you kind of play around with light, and PTI you kind of just have to deal with even lighting. But you can do lighter, you can even do darkness. You can use darkness to your advantage to kind of ward people away from areas. Like over here, no one really needs to be over here. So for the most part, it could just be dark. Like, it's going to be. Because like, I have some lights in here, some lights up here, and then I've got this light, obviously. This is actually pretty bright, even though this looks kind of dark. But it's a really bright, casts a lot of light. And this is just the medium. If you use the high, it's so bright, it's ridiculous. It's like too bright. Of course, that's on white. This is like a dark texture, so. Might also want to do that like over here to kind of light up this button, so people know that it's important. I think I'll do that actually. Pull this over. What was that? And it's overlapping a bit. There's a bit of a gap. Close that. There you go. And I've got another one of the lights above this button. So now it's saying, look at this button. It's important. And it's like, it's just a simple light. Because some people use arrows and other stuff, but honestly, lights are the best way to go for making things look important. I should put that little sign over here too that says that this is the exit. Signage. Dink. Alright, it's kind of glitchy, but you know, there it is. Now, it looks kind of odd by itself. That's why I usually put an arrow. For the arrow, you want to use the one called signage overlay arrow. Otherwise, it may not show up. Actually, I used a few different ones and I couldn't get them to show up. So there you go. You've got the exit and you've got what's opening it. You got the functions. This should be flipping the foot panel. Yep. So everything should be functioning okay now, actually. And I know I changed these to center, but actually want to change that again. I want it to be this, and rotate it this way. Same thing with this one, but I can rotate it the other way. Because the laser is going to be coming out of the portal here again. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I should put those the other way. Okay. It's going to be coming out of the portal right over there, right on the bottom. Right on the bottom, and that thing is misaligned as I moved it. There you go. Lasers will appear upside down, and they will go directly into their receivers with no problems. Oh, where is it? Should auto aim. Oh, that's on yes. Oh, I guess that's default. Okay then. So we've got all those. And we've got this thing that opens exit. So this button drops this cube, and then this button drops this cube. Should be at least. I don't remember which one of these start up though. I don't know. Other than like detailing stuff to make sure it doesn't cut odd vis leaves, I think that's it for now. Center in the middle of the panel. The only thing that kind of disappointed me about this map is that you used the portal once. Well, not once, I guess, but not very much. You didn't use portals very much, and that was kind of disappointing. I mean, I guess you used a few. It's not very many. I don't know, whatever. That's fine, I guess. I don't know if that's lined up, actually. Yeah, that's lined up. Actually, I think that's kind of low. The button's raised up a bit. Oh, yeah. I had to read that a few times. I'm like, wait, what? Alright, solids. Down to 8. Move this down a bit. There's going to be some layers here. This cannot be invisible though. What we're gonna do to fix that, sign, find the little box, grab this texture, and leave it there so it's gray. So I want it to be a little set down a little. Nah, I'd rather not change the puzzle. It works, and that's all that it's all it's needed. So, yeah. I'll just leave it. I'm going to change this thing to prefab, though. So I'm going to add a prefab. Prefab. Cube button. Oh, that doesn't need to be textured either. Point. selection lock on. Make sure it's all centered up. All squared in. And then let's do no draw on these walls. And the bottom's no draw. By default, I have it set as no draw. Oh, that's it. That's the other button. I'm like in the wall right now. And the reason I've left this button here so I can grab its outputs. There you go. How's that for a button thing? For a button base. It's better than the other one it had, that's for sure. Paste. Very easy things to change. Instead of on pressed, well, instance button on pressed, just on pressed. Alright, delete that because you don't need it. Delete this now because you don't need it. The base button. The base of the button. I lowered it a little because the laser receiver, it was kind of like, it's kind of low. I mean, it probably would work, but you don't want it to not. You want people to do something and it to work so they don't think, oh no, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Because you know people give up. They'll be like, oh, it didn't work the instant I tried, so it mustn't be correct. It's kind of annoying. It's like, why don't you just have a little patience? Select all of these. And let's do... Actually, something you can do, like, you have this as a func detail and you want to change it. You can do solids and select some other things. And then when changing back to groups, and they'll be regrouped. As opposed to having to make it a world brush and then trying to group this again, which is a pain. And you hide it just to make sure you didn't forget any little pieces. I've had little pieces screw me over before. It's really annoying. This is just 2 pieces, so it's not going to be anything missing. That's actually kind of cool. I wouldn't have thought to do that, like, on purpose. That's kind of a happy accident, really. Hopefully the laser passes over the cube in here. Because if it doesn't, that would kind of suck. Now, if I compile it right now, it's going to have terrible viz leaves. And it's going to take a little while. Probably not that long. But I like to be thorough. And it's 8:52. So, there's a lot of world brushes still. And I want to essentially make all of them, except for these ones, obviously, which if I made this a func detail, the map would leak. So, not going to work. But other than that, and actually, these probably don't even need to be different brushes. They're probably the same brush. So let's pull this out this way. Oh my goodness, that's way too far. Yeah, that only needs to be 1 brush. And again, it's not so much, like, it's not going to do anything permanent to the map. It's not going to keep it from compiling or anything if you have a few too many brushes. Well, not just a few too many, but like, if you have more brushes than you really need. But for me, I like to keep it as minimal as I can because it just seems like it would run better. Obviously, I haven't tried it the other way. There you go. Now it's all one brush. You didn't need those other ones. Entrance, buttons, outputs, models, buttons. Oh, I did buttons. These actually didn't really mess with, obviously. Oh man. And again, nobody's here. Someone comes in and says hi, and then they just leave. And that's all you ever hear from them. So we got some player clips and other basic stuff. Only thing about this now, I mean, this in boxes can't, draw texture. Well, the insides no. Oh, what? You did that, didn't you? Well. Fit. There you go. That's pretty much it. It's okay. I mean, there are some surfaces, like these, that you can't see anyway, so, it's okay to change that to no draw. I mean, obviously, this you can see. Actually, let's make this a little easier. The no draw glitch. There you go, hide all of those. Should make this easier. That's one. Ding. 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 There you go. Now they're all like that. Now we just need to get these to have textures on them. Shouldn't be too hard. It's not aligned. Whoops. Now the bottom of this doesn't really need to be textured, and also in here doesn't need like that great of a texture look. Oh. Just as long as it's not like, because it's gonna be dark down here. You can't really see the details anyway. And obviously this part that's angled upward from up here, you can't see that. So you can leave that no draw as well. Doesn't really matter. So you think, oh, I did a bad thing. I turned that all to no draw. But it's not really that bad. I mean, as you can see, I'm already done with it. Oops, almost. There you go, now I'm done. All four little holes, and they're all textured as much as they need to be. And that was super quick. I'm glad I didn't have to click fit on every single one of them. I'm glad I figured out that you didn't have to do that. But yeah, there you go. All done. So that's that. If there's anything else you want me to do that doesn't involve optimization, which I will do tomorrow, then let me know. I can't see anything else. Oh yeah, some lights as well. Ooh, I think that would be neat. Speaking of lights, this one. Let's make this no smaller. Let's make them like light walkways. There you go. Now your little bridges are lit. So they look like they're light bridges. You could actually make that with light bridges. But oh, that looks kind of futuristic actually. That looks kind of cool. I like that. Got little light strips in the sides of the ridges. Um So yeah, obviously everything's there. Um, I can't think of anything else. I did frames. Oh my, it's 9. Oh wow, almost 4 hours. And no music for like this last like 2 hours. I just did everything I want. Fascinating. Well, with that, I think I'm going to end it. Because it's pretty much done. Oh. Oh, the cube droppers are both right here. On top, because, I mean, they used to be over here in the corners. But I just brought them to the middle. And yeah, the roof's a little different, but people don't usually notice that. Most people don't, actually. It's not that big a deal. I mean, if you were making the map initially and you left that like that, then that would be a big, kind of annoying, but, you know, it's a PTI export, so. People have low expectations for PTI exports, and I think this is going to exceed their expectations, regardless. So, you know, little bit of texturing that looked odd isn't going to make a big difference to them. The thing I had, might be too near. It's not going to bounce around that much. Although, with this thing here, it might hit that just the right angle and fly in. Because you don't want it too near this hole either. If it's near this hole, then it'll come flying off and... Should always put a Funk Clip B physics right there. I don't know. You could test that a few times, make sure it works. If it doesn't, then, you know, you can just move it. Actually, there's plenty of space over here. Why don't I just move it right now? I was thinking it would look odd over there, but, you know, it doesn't look too bad. Again, though, you don't really want it falling down the hole. Move this over. Move this over. All this over. Then you can move this over. There you go. That should be plenty of room. It's a whole 128 units away. And it's not too close to the hole either. So it shouldn't fall through the hole or over here. So I think that'll do it. The issue though I'm thinking of is before you had glass around this whole area and people couldn't jump down with the cube, they had to like... Although I guess these go up by themselves. So I was thinking like people could just jump off and get in here with the cube, but you know they'd do that anyway. So do these start up? Yeah, those start up. Yeah, if they touch it, it'd go down. So yeah, never mind. I guess it'll be fine regardless. I was thinking maybe people could go around the solution, but they don't really go around the solution. It just kind of makes a different solution. Which is kind of going around the solution, but more or less, I mean, they do the same thing in the end, so I think that would be fine. Might encourage more portal usage. Not that it's necessary, but yeah, so I'll leave that because it doesn't kill anybody, obviously. So start. Yeah, start. Dude, no, these don't start up. Wait, do they? No, these don't. These start down. These start up. So people would come up this. They'd come over here, push the button, and go up. They'd come over here and get their cube, and then that thing would already be down. So then they can just like jump down here, and when they land on this, then it'll take them down. Two of them start up, not all of them, just these two. So one way or another, I mean, they kind of have to do the same thing. It doesn't really alter the solution that much. And the original solution is still available. So I think it would be okay. This starts up. This one and this one both start up. And then those two start down. No, those two start up. Up, up. Oh my goodness. Up, up, down, down. Up, up, down, down. You can check here. Start up one. Starts up. This one starts up. These two start up. So it's this one, this one. Those four start elevated. And all the rest stay down. So yeah, you can't really get around it that much. I mean, it opens up more solutions, but you wanted to do it like this, so you know, why not? It's not really a problem. I mean, yeah, these two. Ones that I highlighted and clicked on, whatever you want to call it. So, since that seems to be it for function, should all work in theory. Aye, that's print, dang it. Alt P. Rid of that. It always says func instances have bad in and out connections, and they don't. So just ignore that. Info overlays. Uh, info overlay doesn't really matter. So just fix all those, which just means eliminate that thing. Prop button. It's not bad. Flip panel, it only says it's bad because it's an instance. An unused key value, which is like, this isn't used. This is not unused. This is used. This is also used. It always says unused. I wonder why. Trigger once? Oh, yeah. There's no player start. There's a player start. It's just in an instance, so it doesn't realize it. So you do Alt P again, then you get the same things that aren't actually a problem, that it just likes to pretend are a problem. So, a little bit of texturing on these walls. Actually, I'll leave that to you to do, because that's part of an artistic expression. I've given you some pointers. Try to get larger clusters of the same texture. You don't want BMod look, because BMod is ugly and hideous and disgusting and revolting and repulsive and, well, anything you can think of that's bad. I hate it so much. So try to do larger clusters. Yeah, it looks kind of odd. Larger clusters, kind of like this. It's a big area with the same texture. And try to take it off of the 128 grid if you can. Kind of like this. Um, that's pretty much it. For these, you only want like 2 or 3 by each other at most. You might even just have like one big square by itself with the other textures. But generally, texturing is not really all that complicated or time consuming. This is actually not very good. I just stuck it there because I could. Because, like, I don't know. You can play around with it a little more. A lot more. So, do you want me to send it to you tonight? Or should I just keep it and just work on it tomorrow? I think I could send it to you tonight. That way you can do, like, texturing and stuff. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So, I think I'll send it to you so you can do texturing. Aside from what I already did, obviously. Unless you want to change it, make it a little different, I would be fine with that, obviously. I mean, it's not that big a deal. Just as long as you don't make it look like BMod, obviously. As I keep saying. You tell I hate BMod? Because I don't hate it at all. Kappa. Alright. So that's all of that. I'm not done. I'm gonna send it to you to do texturing. And then tomorrow when I do a bit of optimization, then it should be done at that point. But tonight, since it's 9:14 and I'm thirsty and kind of tired and other stuff, I think I'm going to call it. Oh, cameras. This map looks kind of good without cameras. I don't know. Kind of all maps look good without cameras. I don't know. You can add cameras if you want. I'll stick one in so you have the entity name. Something about cameras, you don't want to just stick them in the middle of a wall. You want to put them in like a corner so it looks like they're intended that they're there. NPC security camera. The thing about this is that it looks like it's on this side. If you turn on this collision model thing, it's over here. The collision model's over here, and in the game, the camera is over here. Decals. Well, you can do the decals. I'll let you do that. Man, I ran over the cord. I'm so sick of that. So I'll let you do the decals. Little things if you want to. And so, here's a camera entity. You can delete it, you can move it, you can do whatever you want with it. Or a moving panel. You mean like a malfunctioning panel, almost? That kind of fits a destroyed theme, though. I don't even know if that's what you're talking about. Alright, well, can't see a single other thing. I'm gonna click on this because I can. There's pretty much one that has like there's these obviously. I don't know what the fruit happened again. There you go. This thing has more animations in it than you'd care to know. Of course I have to get one that doesn't move. There's lots of different little animations. This is more for a destroyed theme map, though. This is a clean theme. This one's moving just barely. It's not moving a whole lot. It's just slightly moving. Kind of like this one. This one's just kind of doing a little swing thing, like it's broken. It's done trying to function. Give it this little red skin, like like it has an error. That one's annoying. So like it puts itself together. Those are kind of advanced though. Oh, idle end. It just like falls and slides. Oh, a lot of things in here. So yeah, you could just, if you want, you could just look through this model. The anim underscore WP room underscore transform arm 64 by 64 underscore interior model dot MDL, which is model. I'll give you this thingy. To update. Let's just do that. So you can look in the model and you can find. That's what's that's what's the most complicated thing about it. Is not making it work. It's finding an animation that you like. And there's just, as you can see, there's just so many freaking animations in this thing. So, you could look through them. You could What just happened? You could go in the game. Actually, if you want to do like, if you really want to do a wall animation like that, what you could do is just go in the game and then find one you like, and then just tell me which one that is, and I'll try to find the animations and stuff. Of course, you could try to find them too, but I might have an idea where they are. So you could probably go in and look and be all like, I want to find this. Then look for the animation. If you can't find it, then just tell me and I'll try to find it. But I'm going to go into this corner and overlooking the map. Not that it can really see that much anyway. Sometimes it preserves where I save it. When I open it, it like opens in that spot. Sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, I'll send it to you, and you can do texturing and whatever. But for tonight, that's going to do it. I need to do stuff like shower and eat and I don't know. Do something other than do stuff on the computer all day. So, whoops. Hold on. I already saved it. My cord is stuck. There. So that'll wrap it up for me. If anyone's still here watching, then thank you for coming. If anyone's watching this after, thank you for watching. And I will see you next time.